Hello everyone and welcome along to today's racing coverage, this English-speaking service, the action from Riyadh. We have a 12 race card to look forward to over the coming hours, and runners are making their way down to the start for the opening contest. We can tell you that the track conditions today, they'll be racing on the dirt and it's officially described as fast. This opening race is a locally bred maiden horse contest to be run over 1,200 metres, and there are 3 non-runners here. Number 7, Mostakil, 8, Thebe Al-Mrakib, and 12, Minbar Ayers. They do not run. Leaves us with a field of 12, and they're on their way down to the start. And on the international betting market, Einar Allah is the 15-8 favourite, with Al Fasher at 5-1. Al Shahed at 3-1. Mo Farmer at 11-2. 9-1. Mehatag, 11-1. Laith Al Moghtara. And it's much bigger prices at the other runners as they gather down at the start. We'll have a look at one or two of these close up. Einar Allah is horse at number 1. Touch on that one in a moment. There in shot is Ibn Jarir, the 5-horse. Tariq Al Mansour has just jumped off for the time being. He'll be getting back in the saddle shortly on Ibn Jarir, who's just had the couple of starts to date, but has been well beaten on both of them, and I think would be a surprise winner here today. Now the favourite there in the dark green and yellow colours, horse number 1, Einar Allah, with Azil Al Zahani taking the ride. This one ran 5th at last time out in a course and distance at Maiden, but this is not a strong race, and if taking a small step forward from that run, and that was his debut, he could be running very close to winning here. So they're gathered down at the start. Here's the 14 just going through shot. That's Thahab Pobian, who's been down the field in 2 runs to date, has the assistance of Abdullah Al Credis in the saddle. Dr. Alolo going through shot was also well down the pack on first run. And as you can see there, Ibn Jarir now reunited with jockey Tariq Al Mansour. Following that one round is Mehatag. Louis Morales taking the ride on this one. Stall 5 to run from Mehatag. But there has been a glimmer of ability shown. And in the cheek pieces and noseband there, the 13 horse, that's Mofama, with Noaf Al-Fairuz taking the ride. And Mofama, last time out, shaped a little bit better when finishing in 6th place in a winners of 2 contest. That was over the 1,400 metre trip. If taking another step forward, could perhaps be a player for a place here. But this is not a strong race to get the card underway, and it probably won't take too much winning. There in the red stable colours, Laith Al Moghtara, Ricardo Souza Ferreira, who's had a good season, is taking the ride, and another one who could run okay here if taking a small step forward from the 2 runs that he's produced of late. And the 9 horse there, Dr. Lolo, with Muaf Al Rukeri taking off the 3 kilo allowance as well. He's had just the 1 start, but again was down the field. We're nearing post time, 3:35 local time for this opening contest. 12 runners, and a reminder once again of the absentees here. Take out numbers 7, 8 and 12. They do not run here. Looks a pleasant enough day in Riyadh. Not too much wind, and a competitive 12 race card to look forward to over the coming hours. Loading up about to commence, you'll see blindfolded there the 13 horse, that's Mofama, who is due to head forward into stall number 4. There don't seem to be any great haste with regards loading here. Now looks as if the loading process is about to begin. If you're a regular viewer of the channel, you'll notice that the loading up processes are generally pretty swift and efficient. A lot better, actually, than what they are in certain other jurisdictions. Taha Polbian is about to head forward. Abdullah Al-Credis taking the ride on this one, but stepping back down in trip seems to be the main hope here with regards bringing about some improvement. Heading forward now, Toshe. This is Mehatag, who's got the blind on for stalls entry. Louis Morales taking the ride. And some encouraging pats down the neck there as Mehatag gets a little bit close to that stall and quickly backs away and unships Louis. Certain horses are not too keen on the feeling of the starting stalls rubbing against their sides, and sometimes it's getting the angle absolutely spot on so that they can just glide in and then settle themselves down comfortably once they're in the stalls. But just bumping into it abruptly, particularly with a blind, which of course is used to help them in the right direction, that wasn't overly helpful. But thankfully Mehatag has gone in. Down to the final few. A couple of these just a little bit jittery. We are dealing with generally inexperienced young horses here. This is that Tora Lolo in shot, the red and white colours, and in the light blue, Hafed Alakabir heading in under Abdullah Al-Lorfi. They're going to be the final two for this locally bred at Maiden contest. Last one incoming, having a think about it, and slots in now. Race 1 of 12, Riyadh, set to go. And off. Jumping away and out well is Aina Allah in the dark green and yellow colours, the international race favourite up around the outside, with prominent as well Mo Farmar in the cheek pieces and noseband over towards the inner. Allah Shahed is another well to the fore, and Aina Allah a little bit wider out, running just in front of Laith Al Moghtara as they now run left-handed back for home. Mehatag in the blue sleeves is racing next, just in front of Toshe. And then up towards the outside is Ibn Jarir, and they are moving a few lengths away from the others, headed off by Fahad Pobian. But travelling well in front is Allah Shahed as they make the run back towards home. Aina Allah is in second place, and they are 2 lengths in front of in third, coming around the turn. Laith Al Moghtara trying to join in, but now Aina Allah set alight down the outside by Azil Al Zahani and quickens on into a 3/4 of a length lead. Trying hard to battle on towards the inside is Allah Shahed, and Laith Al Moghtara down the outside could be the bigger danger, flying through now to take it up in the final 50 metres, and it is Laith Al Moghtara under Ricardo Souza Ferreira, the winner in the opener for the Red Stable. Aina Allah crosses the line in second, Allah Shahed through for third. They were miles clear of the fourth. Laith Al Moghtara then has gone on to land the opening contest under Ricardo Souza Ferreira, taking a real step forward from those first 2 runs, getting better with every race. The penny really has seemed to drop now with this Laith Al Moghtara, and that's a tidy win, albeit in a weak-looking contest on paper. The winning time clocked 1 minute 15.37 seconds. It's a length back to Aina Allah in second, and Allah Shahed a further 2 lengths back in third. Mehatag has finished in 4th place, but with the tongue lolling out to one side, that hasn't stopped Laith Al Moghtara from pushing forward really strongly in the final few metres. Wins the opening race under Ricardo Souza Ferreira. Our second race is an Arabian at fillies at Maiden, due off at 4 o'clock local time. There's the 1 Al Jawara heading on down to post, and there's the 3 Danania Aldam. We can take a check on the international betting market in a moment. Just a reminder of the non-runners here. Numbers 2, Athman. Number 4, Ghazala Aliyat Najid. Number 9, Mesk Al Zamlir. Number 14, Satiyat Al Shuhib. They are out, leaving us with 15 to contest this second race of the day. Danania Aldam heads the international betting market at 11 to 8, with Rick Albanat at 9 to 4 and Shakra Alderey at 7 to 2. Sumo Barzan at 11 to 1, the same price as Sumu Al-Zamili. Hema Aladlia is in it at 16 to 1, along with Hazimat Al-Naqwa, and then 18 to 1 Lulu Gura and Rehab Al-Bara, 20 to 1 bar those. Making their way on down then, and Danania Aldam, with Abdullah Al-Rashid taking the ride, will be coming out of stall 4, so pretty well berthed, it must be said. This one ran second, finishing 3 lengths behind the winner. An 80 rated winner, Afdal Massar. That was over this track and trip a couple of weeks ago, and if taking a step forward from that, might just take a little bit of stopping here today. But Rick Albanat, although drawn wider in stall number 14, looks a player here with the champ Adel Al-Faradi taking the ride. Rick Albanat comes here off the back of a 3rd placing on that debut run. That was actually behind Danania Aldam and should come on for that run. So an interesting rematch between the pair. But of course, Danania Aldam is better positioned from the get-go than Rick Albanat, so may well be able to confirm superiority, but we will find out. And Chakra Alderey, 3rd in here at 4 to 1 on the international betting, and was in that race as well when finishing behind Danania Aldam, and Rick Albanat finished in 5th on that occasion. So that race from a fortnight ago, it's going to have a strong bearing here, one would imagine, on which way to go here today. There's the 7 Lulu Gura, Ahmad Al-Jurafani taking the ride, taking off the 3 kilo allowance, followed round by Al-Hajba. There's the 6 Hema Al-Adlia, Asil Al-Sahani taking the ride. Yellow noseband there for horse number 17, Sumo Barzan, with Nawaf Al-Fayrouz on board. This one on debut today, Sumo Barzan. And shortly enough, the loading process will get underway. There's the 10, Najmat Jalbi, Mohammed Al-Hubail taking the ride, stall 15 for this newcomer. And the runners about to take up their positions now behind the starting stalls. Lulu Gura into stall number 1 will be the first to go in. So purebred Arabian race here over 1,200 metres. And fillies only in action here. A reminder once again of the non-runners, numbers 2, 4, 9 and 14. Do not go, leaving us with a field of 15. And they continue to head into the starting stalls. The 17 at the moment, just without the rider. Sumo Barzan looks like being led forward without jockey Nawaf Al-Fayrouz on board. Here's the 15 slotting in. This is Shakra Alderey, Nawaf Al-Mudiani. we're now down to the final few runners. Indeed, Sumo Barzan being led forward without the rider. Into stall 17. Rayhana. And we're now down to the final three by the looks of things. Najmat Jalbi. Also Dananir Aldam, favourite, the black with the orange chevron, heading forward now into stall number 4. And much wider out at Rick Albanat, who reopposes. Stall 14 to run from it here today. So an interesting rematch between a few of these from that run a couple of weeks ago. They're off and racing here. Let's see how they fare. And away well, Dananir Aldam, that yellow noseband, shows in front narrowly from Hemar Aladlia up towards the outside. Deeper still in these early stages races Shaihana Basha. And also racing handy is Rehab Albara in the black colours. And right around the outside, Rick Albanat, as they now make this left-handed turn. They're a couple of lengths further in advance of Shakra Alderay, who's over towards the inside, and they're being chased back towards home by up around the outside, but struggling a little bit here, Al Hajba, as they're now galloping back towards the straight. Al Jawara also with plenty to do. We've got the favourite in front here, the international race favourite, bringing them back towards the straight. Dananir Aldam, chased in second by Rehab Albara. Then down the outside, Rick Albanat is trying hard to get on terms, and they've now moved a couple of lengths away from the other runners. Inside the final furlong they come, and Dananir Aldam striding on strongly here, leads by around about 4 lengths to Rehab Albara, who's getting the better of it for second place, but ridden out just hands and heels here by Abdullah Al Rashid. Dananir Aldam is going on to go one better than was the case on debut, beating Rehab Albara into second place. Al Jawara stayed on strongly to grab third in front of the tiring Rick Albanat, who finishes 4th today. Dananir Aldam has gone on to post a convincing win under Abdullah Al Rashid, second on debut, and confirms superiority over those who are in behind on that occasion here today. And he didn't really have to get very serious with this filly. Second place is Rehab Albara, who's been beaten some 4 1/4 lengths. It was a further 2 3/4 lengths back to Al Jawara, who's put in some nice late headway for third in front of Rick Albanat in 4th. Dananir Aldam clocking a time of 1 minute 22.55 seconds, an easy winner of this Arabian fillies maiden.
تستاهل والله جزاك خير.
A field of 11 making their way to post for our third race. It's an Arabian Maiden for the colts at this time. And the non-runners here are numbers 3 Ashtar Wazit and 5 Ekab Alshal. So as I say, 11 of them to face the starter. There's Naban, who's one of the fancied contenders here. Camilio Ospina taking the ride on this newcomer, who'll be coming out of stall number 8. Let's take a check on the international betting market. Ashjar Al Sayed is the 13-8 favourite, with Naban at 9-4. And Hafsar at 3-1. 8-1 Jara Trikmar. 14-1 Al Muzdaha Al Bari. 16-1 Kiran Guda. 18-1 Nasser Al Washik. And it is 20-1 Bardos. At the start then here. And the favourite Ashjar Al Sayed, horse number 2. Tariq Al Mansour taking the ride. Another who's on debut here today. Will be coming out of stall number 4, son of Murhib. There's the 8 going through shot. That's Kareem Al-Amaliat under Thabal Timiat. And again, this one, another newcomer, drawn in stall number 7. Where's the cheek pieces for this racecourse introduction as well. Jockey on 6 there, that's Abdullah Al-Credis, just got his feet out of the irons on board Hafsar, just to keep the horse nice and calm, presumably. Another first-time out runner here. This one, a son of Qatar, but drawn wide in stall 11, which won't be overly helpful here. And the grey just going through shot there. Number 1 is Alzmud Al-Bari with Rayan Al-Tuesh taking the ride. And this one was 7th on at debut. That was behind Jabal Al-Zamilia in a course and distance maiden a couple of weeks ago. Probably needs to improve a little bit. But I think I'd be surprised here if this wasn't to fall to a newcomer. Jara Trikmar, mildly interesting here. Horse number 7, Muhammad Al Nassar taking off a kilo allowance. Again, another newcomer here by next Sackby. And stall 6, so not a bad starting point for this Jara Trikmar. And looking at those who have got a little bit of experience here, there's only 3 in the race who have run before, and they are Al Muzdaha Al Bari, who was 7th on at debut, Mutabahi Warad, who was well down the field, and so too Qasim Al Muntakaba. They're the 3 who have had runs. All of the others in the race, newcomers, and I think here that Ekab Al Shal, number 5, a very significant non-runner because ran 3rd on debut, and that would have been the best piece of form on offer in this race by a mile. So in his absence, throws it a little more wide open, and probably going to be taken by a newcomer here. Light blue colours there for Qasim Al Muntakaba. Saud Al Dajani taking the ride, taking off the 3 kilos as we are under 90 seconds now from post time for this Arabian colts maiden. And as we were saying, the vast majority of these are on debut. Just a little bit skittish down at the start here. Azmuzdara Balbari, Rayan Al-Tuesh, just having to try and maintain control of his mount. Stall 1, it's just got a little bit worked up down at the start. And they are loading. Purebred Arabians, 11 of them here. Next to head forward will be Naban, the green and white colour jacket there. Camilio Ospina taking the ride. I think this one's got a pretty sound chance on this racecourse introduction, a son of Al Murtajez. The 2, Ashjar Al Sayed, Tariq Al Mansour heading forward as well. And loading up about halfway through here. Starter on the rostrum, ready to send them on their way. Still out of line, Jara Trickmar in the brown and beige colours. Also Kiran Gudda, and another out of line is Karim Alamaliat. And into stall number 13 goes Del Aldiwan, who's in a colour alteration to what was printed in the race card, now white with a purple cap. Off and racing, and in the early stages, racing prominently towards the inside is Qasem Al-Munta Kaba, is in company with Jara Trickmar as they settle. And then a little wider out is Karim Alamaliat, and deeper still as they run into the turn Hafsar. They're followed out of the back straight by Dal Aldiwan, who's now in the white with the blue cap. And then looking to come a bit closer is Naban in the green and white as they're making the journey back towards the entrance for the home straight. Jara Trickmar now dropping back. Nasser Al-Washiq is up around the outside, and then Kiran Gudda, who looks to step forward with purpose lead. But two of them have broken clear on the home turn, and it is Hafsar under Abdullah Al-Kredis going strongly, opening up by 2 lengths over Qasem Al-Munta Kaba back in second. Naban is back in third and trying hard to get to the pair of them as they're now racing down to the final 200 metres, and it is Hafsar who shows the way. 2 lengths in front as Naban now runs through to press Qasem Al-Munta Kaba for second place. These three are a long way clear of the others, but Hafsar's keeping up the pace in the closing stages. The race is going to be on for second. Naban looks like getting that, but Hafsar is home to make a winning debut. Hafsar and Abdullah Al-Kredis go on to win, beating Naban, who's through for second. Qasem Al-Munta Kaba ran well in third and was a long way in front of Ashjar Al-Sayed, who picked up the fourth. Hafsar wins, this son of Qatar, making a winning debut under Abdullah Al-Kredis. Has done it quite nicely, actually, from stall 11, and in a time of 1 minute 24.02 seconds, Hafsar collects. It's 2.5 lengths back to Naban, who has crossed the line in second, with Qasem Al-Munta Kaba back in third, and those three always had it between them in the home straight, well clear of Ashjar Al-Sayed back in fourth. Hafsar makes the perfect start to his career. Runners now making their way to post for a locally bred horses handicap for horses rated 0 to 75. And we have 19 of them here, gathering down at the 1400-metre start over across by the tower. And the non-runners here are numbers 8, Al Shahab Al Modi, number 21, Qassam Allah, 22, Shamua Al Mahdi, 23, Gawak Allah, and 24, Tarud Al Majid. They are out, and the others gathering down at the start. Now, what's going on here? Looks like the 6-horse. This is Leoyun Mashael. Saddlecloth, saddle, all come off, but now being put back into place. Ready for participation here. Muhammad Al Nassar due to be taking the ride. Also being assisted down at the start is Yaktase with Salman Al Rashid, also due to take a kilo off that one's back. But a big field here in a pretty open-looking contest. Let's take a check on the international betting market. Davy is the 3-to-1 favourite. Nassim Al Nafel at 4-to-1. Abura at 4-to-1 as well. Leoyun Mashael at 11-to-2. Bayrak Al Jabriya at 10-to-1. Mutashamek at 11-to-1. Analine at 12s, the same price as Lama Al Zulfi. Dadan at 14-to-1. 16-to-1 Large Al Thati and Motashayev. And Afar 18-to-1 Barlows. Just over 3 minutes to the off. There's the grey in shot, Laj Al Thati with Louis Morales taking the ride. 6 times winner Laj Al Thati, and ran a good third last time out in the King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz endowment for his parents' cup, but has been penalised for that here today. There's a Bura, the pink colours going through. Shot number 11 was third in a track and trip event back in November, and on the most recent starts has actually been contesting a stronger level than this. Mark slipping as a result, and I think will be more comfortable in this sort of grade. There's the 9, Motashayev, Tariq Al Mansour taking the ride in the white and yellow jacket. Motashayev, who was a winner of a 0 to 70 over this course and distance a couple of months ago. Probably needs to pull out a little bit more here. Was actually behind Davy when they last encountered one another. There's the 6-horse, Leoyun Mashael, now reunited with jockey Muhammad Al Nassar. And the loading up process shortly will be getting underway. Davy number 5, just to the left of shot here now. The blue sleeves, red cap. Ran 5th behind La Aonaise in a 0 to 75 last month over course and distance, and then was 2nd in a winners of 2 here back last week. I think likely to again run a decent race this Davy. And there's the 3-horse, Motashamek, Ziad Al Jabri, who's taking 3 kilos off. He is on board in the first set of Prince Faisal's colours. The second set worn by Ricardo Souza Ferreira, who'll be in the white cap on board number 7, Nassim Al Nafel. Ricardo looking for a second winner of the day, having landed our opener. Here's the grey Laj Al Thati, followed round by Alamawi. They had Al Tarisi on board that one. There's the 13, Analine, just going through shot as well. So runners are heading behind for this latest race. 0 to 75 locally bred horses handicap. Blindfold on Leoyun Mashael, due to head forward. There is Ricardo Souza Ferreira on board Nassim Al Nafel. And there's the 15-in shot at Dadan, Farhad Al Faradi taking the ride. That one coming out of stall number 12 as the loading up process is now on in earnest. Leo Yun Mashael heading forward with the aid of the blindfold. Lajal Thati heading in as well. Lajal Thati a grey here. And still a few hovering out the back, but most of them now into the inside stall. Stall number 1 goes Shibal Omar. Camilo Ospina taking the ride on this dual winner from 23 starts. Here's the 3 Motashamek about to head in as well, and also Bayrak Al Jabria and Muafa Al Rakiri heading forward into stall number 9. Ready to go, and they're off. Jumping away, 19 of them this time, and Davy breaks out well, 4 from the right, and is one of the first to show up, and is in company with Motashaeb as they settle. Shibal Omar runs the fence, and out a bit wider, Nassim Anafel, the red jacket, white cap. They're followed by Alamawi, who's not too far off the speed, working back to Alakriki, and in behind Alakriki, then a little break back to the other runners who are being headed off by Dan and Almo Tawi, and then Yaktase as they make the left-handed turn out of the back straight. Lama Al Zulfi follows those, but on the front end and going a good pace. Davy by a head to Nassim Al Nafel. They are the first 2. They are 2 lengths in front of Motashaeb, who races just about in 3rd place and is coming back for more as they're now swinging back towards the straight. Davy has been headed, and all of a sudden looks a bit of a spent force, is dropping back as in front now Nassim Al Nafel, challenged strongly by Motashaeb. They're down the home straight. Alamawi coming into it wider still in the red and black colours, and they are clear as they now head inside the final 200 metres. And Motashaeb under Tariq Al Mansour strikes the front from Nassim Al Nafel against the rails. Back in 3rd is Alamawi as they run into the closing stages. It is Motashaeb in front here, driven out by a couple of lengths to beat Alamawi, who's going to come home in 2nd. Nassim Al Nafel will finish in 3rd. Very tight for 4th. 4th place is best, left for the judge to decide. Motashaeb under Tariq Al Mansour. Many days go by without Tariq in the winner's circle at some point, and it's a 3rd career win for this son of New Line, and wins in a time of 1 minute 28.01 seconds, and has done it nicely enough in the end. From Alamawi, who is at home in 2nd place, beaten some 3.5 lengths. Good run from Nassim Al Nafel back in 3rd, and it was a blanket finish for 4th place. But it's gone to Motashaeb, who's won nicely here, and from stall 4 is never a million miles off the speed, and wins with some authority in that locally bred horse's handicap.
تعال شوف تعال تعال
Our fifth race today is a locally bred open race here, and it's to be run over 2,000 metres. We've got a field of, well, Alphen in the non-runner here, so that leaves us with 12 heading on down, and it's an interesting race on paper with heading the international betting market Mustasan, with Camillo Ospina taking the ride, and there is Mustasan in shot, the one horse. 15-8 is the price, with Amirat Alanea at 9-4, Majal at 4-1, 11-2 Yarabom with at 11-1 Teas, Al Nasser Al Makin at 18-1, Majid Al Nasser at 20-1 with Meshkas, and also Tariki and Ma'alia Zod, and at 25-1 Moruth Najid, and Imrosa at 28-1. Making their way to post, there is Camillo Ospina and Mustasan heading on down, one of two runners in the race for the White Stable here, Majal being the other. We'll get a look at Majal, no doubt, in just a few moments' time. There is Yarabom heading on down with Khalid Al Mamoni taking the ride. I just wonder whether we're going to be a little bit late off here for this 5:20 local time, that is, race. There's Al Nasser Al Makin heading to post as well. And the white-faced Majid Al Nasser with Ali Al Mutib in the saddle. So Mustasan scored in a 0-60 handicap over 1,600 metres a fortnight ago, but it wasn't a very strong race. But in all fairness, this wouldn't be the toughest assignment either. And there is plenty to like. Loving the headgear there for the 12-horse Mea Leah Zoid heading on down. Double-seeking Tariq Al Mansour taking the ride. And there's Imrosa heading to post as well, the mount of Mohammed Al Yami. Second in is Amirat Alanea, who is number 11 on the card, and keeps showing a consistent and similar sort of level of form, really. Placed in 4 of his 6 races to date, hasn't yet won one, or her I should say, but this probably a wee bit weaker than was the case in the Cup race that she contested last time, so could probably go quite well. There's Yarabom heading on down, Khalid Al Mamoni taking the ride. This horse won an auction contest at Taif in August, but hasn't really been seen to great effect since. Maybe a place player, but with just a couple of minutes to post time, I'd imagine we're going to be a bit late off here for this locally bred horses open contest over the 2,000 metre trip. And a reminder once again that number 4 Alphahin is the non-runner here, which leaves us with 12 runners. They're going on down Teas, the black with the orange spots. Azil Al Zahani taking the ride, 0 from 6 so far. Son of Frozen Power will be coming out of stall number 7. And the runners now gathering down at the 2,000 metre start, which is right down the end of the chute, which brings them onto the back straight proper. Horse number 8 there is Meshkas, Nawaf Al-Mudiani taking the ride. This one gets the best of the draw in stall number 1. Managed to make the frame on debut, but in 4 subsequent outings hasn't been as good and doesn't necessarily look to be progressing, Meshkas, so definitely requires a bit more. Pink colours there of Yarabom, as I say, the mount of Khalid Al Mamoni. Arrived safely down at the start, and Moruth Najid as well. Abdullah Al Credis in the saddle. Abdullah looking for a double on today's card. He's actually drawn next door to Meshkas here, will be coming out of stall number 2. Was down the field on debut, and now looks to take a bit of a step forward on this second career outing. Black and yellow colours there for Amirat Alanea. As I say, she is fairly well considered here, the mount of Adel Al Faradi. Was down the field last time out. but that was in a much stronger race than is the case today. And they're in the second set of the white stable colours with the red cap. Abdullah Al Fayrouz on board Majal, horse number 5. Majal, who will be drawn wide here in stall number 13. Ran third in a 1600-metre maiden a couple of starts back. And was in front of the reopposing Al Nasser Al Makeen that day. There was a length in it on that occasion. Back up in class today, and the field now heading forward for this locally bred horses open contest over the 2,000-metre trip. As the sun starts to set here in Riyadh in the build-up to this 5th race on the card. Green colours of Emrosa about to head forward. Mohammed Al Yami taking the ride on Emrosa. Well berthed here in stall number 4, but remember they do have the entire duration of the back straight to run down before making any turn. So if you are drawn wide here, it could always be a bit worse. Tends to affect those more when A, we've got a bigger field, and B, they're closer to a bend than what they are here. Final couple then heading into the stalls, just a couple of minutes past post time for this 5th race on the card. Looks like we are all in line. Fairly long hold. Maybe one of the runners just being assisted in one of the lower stalls, but they're off and racing now. Jumping away, and Moruth Najid has broken out well. The white cap, one from the right, but now taken on and passed by Emrosa for the lead, and Emrosa in the green colours strides on as they make their progress going down the back. Emrosa to Moruth Najid, and then Mustasan, who's not too far away, the white headgear, and a little deeper out in the green and white is Tariki. And they're followed by Yarabom, who's in the pink, and then Majid Al Nasser in the blue and yellow, and working out to Al Nasser Al Makeen, and on the very wide outside, Majal, the red cap, on the extreme left as they continue their work at going down the back straight. Well back in the field early on is Tayes, and also Mealia Zod is well back, and also Meshkas has a few more ahead than behind at the moment, and Amirat Alanea as well will have to come from pretty much last place in that black and yellow coloured jacket as they continue their work going down the far straight. And as they do so, it is Moruth Najid over to the inside, leading by a neck. From in second, Mustasan, as the race now begins to develop on the turn back towards home. Majal is racing in third, Yarabom is in fourth, and then Majid Al Nasser over towards the inside. Tariki follows those, and then Amirat Alanea, who is making ground. Spot the yellow and black coloured jacket really overtaking horses now with purpose. Still around about 7 or 8 lengths though to find on the cruising leader, who as they race back towards home is Mustasan, who still appears to be in a low gear. Mustasan and Camilio Ospina. He shakes the reins, and Mustasan kicks even further away, now 5 lengths ahead of Majal in second position. It's a 1-2 for the white stable at the moment. Yarabom is back in third, and then Amirat Alanea in fourth. Might not do much better than that. May grab third, is running on, but up towards the line they go. It is going to be Mustasan, and Camilio Ospina coming home a wide margin winner, and is now 2 from 6 in his career. Mustasan comes home comfortably in front of Majal in second place. A 1-2 for the owner. Very tight for third as Yarabom is joined on the line by Amirat Alanea. Yeah, one-way traffic. Mustasan has absolutely bolted up in the locally bred open contest, scoring in a time of 2 minutes 9.69 seconds, and has scored by a long way. Good result for King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz's sons, the owners here. They had Majal as well, who's filled out second. For all that he was beaten some 10.5 lengths. It was much closer for third and fourth. That was really on the bob for third and fourth. Amirat Alanea has made up a lot of ground down the outside to press Yarabom for that position, and that result will filter through shortly. But it's Mustasan in a league of his own, taking our 5th race of the day here in Riyadh.
الحمد لله الحمد لله.
Runners now heading on down to post for the 6th race on the card. A locally bred horses handicap for those horses rated 0 to 75. Local post time this time is at 5:50. 19 runners. The non-runners here, numbers 14, Safe Al-Zamlea, 21 Kaltar, 22 Tazka, and 23 Zadan. They do not go. Of those who do, up at the head of the international betting market is Hakan, who's in at 2 to 1. Tamim at 4 to 1, Ibn Hadban at 5s, with Nayara at 15 to 2, the same price as Motawasi. Hamzar at 9 to 1, Anjtain at 11s, Bint Mohajda at 14 to 1. Albi Shirea is in at 16s, with Ashjay Aldareya at 16s, and Intergene at 16 to 1 as well. Al Sharid at 16 to 1, Sonic at 18 to 1, and it is 20 to 1 and upwards the other runners. Under the floodlights now, as runners gather down at the 2,000-metre starting point once again. And Hakan is up at the head of the international betting market here in the second set of the Red Stables colours. They're all in view there. The red cap worn by Muhammad Al-Shamari, who's on board number 13, Hamza. The white cap worn by Ricardo Souza Ferreira on the 16, Hakan. And the blue cap worn by Abdullah Al-Humid, who's on board at number 20, Vaushan. So Hakan, the market leader. Hakan, who is a pretty lightly raced individual, ran 4th in a 0 to 70 last time out. And likely to run a big race here, as the field now gather down at the start. There's another of the Red Stables runners, the 20, Vaushan, Abdullah Al-Humid, taking the ride on this one. Vaushan, who's actually racing from out of the weights here. Few of them are. This one £4 out of the handicap. And stays plenty further. I think we'll need them to go a really good gallop here. And then we'll be hoping to pick a few of the tiring runners off later in the piece. Motawasi, for King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz's sons, Feras Al Sunaitan taking the ride. And this one in the white there with the green cap, horse at number 9. And looked pretty useful in the very early part of his career, but he hasn't really gone on from that. This looks to be his level these days, and usually comes from a little bit further back, so we'll be wanting the gaps to appear. At the post, a couple of them just dismounted for some last-minute adjustments here. Mata Hill, Rayan Al Tawala, who's due to take off the 4 kilos here in the centre at the moment. And it looks as if there are 1 or 2 others as well. Maybe the 12 horse, Tamim, Fahad Al Faradi taking the ride. That one's drawn widest of all here in stall 20. And Sonic, who was actually in front of a couple of these on the penultimate run. It was an Apprentice handicap that he won earlier on in the month here. And then ran pretty much down the field last time out. That was in the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques prize for apprentices, when well behind Min Mithala. But back in this more suitable grade, I think can run a bit better here today. So the runners shortly will be heading behind. We're just a minute or so from post time here. And Hakan up at the head of the international betting market at 9 to 4. Tamim at 9 to 2. Ibn Hadban at 11 to 2. Nayara at 8 to 1 with Motawasi. 10 to 1 at Hamza. And it is at 12 to 1 bar those. Ashjay Aldareya in the checks there of grey and white. Muhammad Al Nassar taking 1 kilo off. Another who's drawn very wide here in stall number 19. Did win a 0 to 70 over course and distance back in October, but subsequent outings have proved rather difficult. And wasn't completely, discredited, finishing 5th in the primary champion of the racecourses last time. That was when behind Saudi Act. So the runners are heading into the stalls. 19 of them here. A reminder once again of the absentees, numbers 14, 21, 22 and 23. And the starter now just heading over to the rostrum. And shortly we'll send them on their way. So we're down to the final few. Motawasi, one of those. That one due to head into stall 5, so quite nicely berthed here. And also heading forward is Ajmal Tahir into stall number 3. And we're nearly set to go here. And they're away. Off and racing then, over 2,000 metres. And Ajmal Tahir has got out okay and is up there. Also prominent is Albi Shirea in the black-coloured jacket, and over towards the inside Vaushan in the blue cap. Out a little bit wider, also in the red stables colours. The first set, though, with the red cap, that is Hamzar. And also Matterhill, a leading runner in the early part of the contest. And they're being chased through by Sana. And working back through the field to find Sonic, who is the grey, spot the red and yellow coloured jacket, and is running in company at present with Ibn Hadban, who's up around the outside, and Nayara, who is deeper still. Nayara being followed around the outside at the moment by Interjeen, who's well back, as they continue their work at going down the side of the track. Bint Mohajda is also well towards the back end of the field. Al Rashid is also well down as well, and also with a few more ahead than behind is Solehan, as they now make their progress on towards the end of the back straight, being led by number 20, Vaushan. Vaushan a length in front over Albi Shirea racing in second, and then a little wider out in third is Hamzar. Ibn Hadban is up into 4th place, and then ridden along towards the inside as they make the turn back towards the entrance to the home straight, Tamim, and that one in advance of Motawasi. Out wider on the track, Nayara looking to step forward and tracked into the race by the grey horse Sonic. So they're galloping back on in now towards the final 400 metres, and quickly Vaushan dropping away, and it is Hamzar who now moves on into the lead. A furlong and a half left to go. Hamzar now by about a length or so to Albi Shirea along the inside. Now coming down the outside with a strong looking late challenge is Ajmal Tahir as they race into the closing stages, and as they do so, it's a good battle to the line. It is over to the far side. In front, Hamzar finishing off well is Bint Mohajda right against the fence. Is going to be the final challenger who's going to get there as well. It's Bint Mohajda from nowhere, wearing down Hamzar in the latter stages, and it was close for the miners in behind those as well, with Ajmal Tahir, one of them, involved. It's Bint Mohajda right along the peg line here, who's got through to land the odds. Bint Mohajda and Abdulaziz Al Yesh in a time of 2 minutes 10.83 seconds gets there from Hamzar in second position, and they were chased home in third by, it looked like, Ajmal Tahir down the outside. Half a length that Bint Mohajda has got up to win by. Ajmal Tahir confirmed as third, and Motawasi best of the rest in a 4th place there in the green cap. But a good finish, and the winner on that shot not even in view. Right along the inside rails, Bint Mohajda has come from a long way back to score, and a nice performance from stall 14. There she is, reappearing victorious in our 6th race of the day.
هلا 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 الله يبارك فيك.
Hello, Jean. Yeah, I can hear you. our longest race of the day, race 7. The Apprentice jockeys hands and heels race. Whips carried but not used here, except for corrective purposes. 0 to 90 is the grade for this handicap event. And they're gathering down at the start, and a field of 11. And Jumanat Al Reem is the 13 to 8 favourite. Vasilikos at 5 to 2. Maluk Alanay at 130. Rapid Best at 11 to 2. Dark Scimitar at 16 to 1 with Junior Audible. Tell Me All at 18 to 1, the same price as Desert Jewel, Parchemont, and then 28 to 1 Fox Flame, and at 40 to 1 Union Capital. At the post then, and we'll have a look at a few of these. Jumanat Al Reem, as we were saying, favourite on the international betting market there. Horse number 1 has got course and distance winning form and ran a good fourth to Amirat Al Zaman in the Prince Sultan Ben Abdulaziz Cup, a local Group 2 back last month. And this is a weaker race than that, and looks to hold very strong claims, with Mohammed Al Yami taking off the kilo as well. Vasilikos, 5 to 2 on the international betting market. Should be going pretty close here. Vasilikos with Muhammad Al Nassar also just taking off a kilo, but he's a pretty consistent horse, is Vasilikos, who often runs up placed. Does find winning difficult though, just 1 from 30 in his career so far. It's not an overly decent strike rate, is it that? But should run his race. They're gathered at the post. Maluk Alanay in the yellow and blue colours there, just going through shot. Ziad Al Jabri taking the ride, taking off £3. A horse who's 2 from 15 in his career so far, Maluk Alanay. Stall 9 for Maluk Alanay here. Ran 4th behind Webinar over 2,000 metres last month, and he looks to be a horse crying out for this sort of trip, so I think a crack at 2,400 metres today, well worth a try at least. The Red Stable have Parchemont, who's 6 from 35 in his career. Quite a big price here today. Will be coming out of stall 10. Abdullah Al Humid taking the ride, taking off the 3 kilos. But Parchemont, like 4 others in this race, just racing from out of the handicap. He's unproven at this trip, but it might just bring about a little bit of improvement. I thought of the horses that were racing from out of the weights, he had the most appeal really, but we shall see. There he is actually, Parchemont, and jockey just dismounted for the time being. So the runners circling down at the 2,400 metre start. They'll have over a circuit of the racecourse ahead of them this time. There's the 4 going through shot. Tell Me All under Ahmed Alofi. Tell Me All, who is 4 from 40 in his career, so 10% strike rate, and this horse stays even further. He's run over 3,000 metres on turf, and his dirt efforts, in fairness, haven't been as good. Now this is Rapid Best just being trotted up and down, hopefully all okay. Rapid Best, Mukrin Al Tamimi will be taking the ride here, taking off 3 kilos. Good to see that Abdullah Al Humid is back on board Parchemont. And Rapid Best, the 7 horse here, racing from a pound out of the handicap, but has got winning form over this trip, albeit at Taif. That was back in September. And the loading up process is now getting underway for this Apprentice jockeys hands and heels race. And I often find with these hands and heels races, they do suit some horses really well. They like being ridden in such a way, and it wouldn't surprise me here if we had a slightly surprising result. But there's no doubt that on paper this horse in shot, the 1, Jumanat Al Reem, looks the one to beat, with Mohammed Al Yami in the saddle. The blue and red coloured jacket slots in, and I think was the last one to go forward. Start to the race then at the entrance to the home straight. just at stall 4, I can see vacant here, Rapid Best. Now this was the horse that they were trotting up beforehand, but not with them. So they're off and racing. So number 7 at Rapid Best has been withdrawn. Rapid Best not with the field. They're racing over 2,400 metres this time. Tell Me All is the early leader, and showing by a couple of lengths, with down the outside Malouk Alané, and a little wider out on the track is Parchemont in the red colours, and deeper still to Fox Flame, who's also posted wide but coming forward. A circuit to go. Back in behind the leading few races Vasilikos, who is running up in between rivals, Junior Audible, and over towards the inside rails Union Capital. Then a 5-length break back to international race favourite Jumanat Al Reem, who's well back in the field, and Desert Jewel, another one who's right towards the tail as well, and Dark Scimitar also, as they venture on out towards the far side. Tell Me All showing in front by around about a length. Over in second position Parchemont, and then Fox Flame racing in third. Fourth is held by Malouk Alané, and then Vasilikos over to the inside, the red cap, blue sleeves. Junior Audible is racing next as they continue their forward work going down the back, and then the back group consisting of Jumanat Al Reem, Desert Jewel, Dark Scimitar, and Union Capital, who's now beginning to struggle at halfway, is a long way back in last as they press on down the back straight, and Parchemont and Abdullah Al Humid cruising up on the outside of Tell Me All to now take a narrow lead as they head towards the end of the back. They're followed by Vasilikos, who's over towards the inside of Malouk Alané, and then a 3 to 4 length break off those two. The others headed off by Junior Audible and Fox Flame. Jumanat Al Reem with a lot to do from there. Parchemont in front on the home turn, as dropping away now Tell Me All, but now attacking Parchemont, sweeping on past him, both Vasilikos and Malouk Alané. And they went by as if Parchemont was stood still, nearly blew him sideways with the draft as they head back towards home. Vasilikos and on the outside Malouk Alané, are they set to fight this out? Running on to move into third position down the outside is Junior Audible, but has fully 8 lengths to find on the leading pair. Parchemont very tired now in fourth, and then Jumanat Al Reem is going to struggle to get competitive. Less than a furlong to go, though. It's a good battle to the line. Vasilikos along the inside now, claimed by Malouk Alané, who's going home that bit better. And under Ziad Al Jabri, Malouk Alané is coming up to the line to win the prize. Running home strongly, Jumanat Al Reem is going to just fail to grab Vasilikos for second place. Finishes back in third, and they in turn were a little way in front of the others. Yeah, that's how they've come home. Malouk Alané has gone on to win. Ziad Al Jabri in front on board this 5-year-old who's done it nicely in the end, and I suppose when you're up against Vasilikos, who places more often than he wins, it does give you half a chance, doesn't it? Jumanat Al Reem back in third, and Junior Audible best of the remainder. 5 lengths in the end, the winning distance. Malouk Alané clocking a time of 2 minutes 40.40 seconds. It's done nicely there to win that Apprentice Jockey's Hands and Heels race.
اسمه ركوب مدين الله يبارك فيك. الحمد لله. شكرا ابوي.
Runners heading on down to the start for race 8, a 0 to 80 handicap. This race to be run over the 1600-metre trip. There's the 13 Aldareya heading on down, and followed to post by number 10 Distor under Abdullah Al Hussein. Went down nicely. There in shot is the 11 Alashkar, Mohammed Al Yami in the saddle, and number 12 Loose Connection heading to post as well. Abdullah Al Humid taking the ride and is in the second set of the red stable silks there with the white cap. They've got a couple in the race, the other one being Morjan, as they're making their way down to the start. There in shot is the 14 Aljami, Nawaf Al Mudiani taking the ride on this one. It looks an open contest as well, this. There's the 15 Rocket, who I think is likely to give his running as well, with Abdullah Al Saidi taking the ride. Morjan is the 11-4 favourite on the international betting market, with Al Muhib at 100-30, Namos at 5-1, Distor at 6-1, Real Man at 7s, 9-1 Nawi, Loose Connection at 10s with Galb Al Rad at 11-1, Al Nomas at 14s with Q8 Centre, and it is 16-1 bar those. Al Wafeg is the non-runner here. Al Wafeg, horse at number 2, doesn't go, still leaves us though with a field of 20, and they're making their way on down. There in shot is Kailan, who's now the mount of Musab Al Dafiri. A few of the jockeys weren't listed in the race card. 20 Riyadh Crow Mohammed Suleiman taking the ride, and Muafa Al Rakeri on board 21 Etzaz, for your information. So the runners gathering down at the start. There's 2 in the race as well for the Al Jude stable. The red cap worn by Al Muhib's jockey Fahad Al Faradi, and in the white cap Tariq Al Mansour, who looks for a double on the card. He's riding Al Nomas. Morjan, the market leader then, ran third to Al Kuz over 1200 metres on debut, and is actually a half-brother to Al Murtages, who is the 2000 Guineas winner, now handicapping over this longer trip of 1600 metres. Seems to have quite a bit in favour here today. But Al Muhib, a likely danger. The draw is a bit of a negative, admittedly, here. Stall 18 is far from ideal, but is a lightly raced horse. Has only had the 5 starts and did get off the mark last time out. Actually beat Al Kuz in a winners of 1. That was over the 1400 metre trip. Runner-up didn't really do much for the form subsequently, but if taking a step forward, Al Muhib and Fahad Al Faradi, I think, look big players here as they close the stalls. Runners now behind, and shortly we'll be going in. Big field here for this 0 to 80 handicap. Real Man there in the black and orange colours. Abdullah Al Credis taking the ride. Used to race over in the UK when trained by Carl Burke, but this is his first dirt at start today, and I think it'll be interesting to see how Real Man gets on for these new connections. So they are at the post here. 5 in shot there, Namos. Mohammed Aldaham just jumped off for the time being. A few late adjustments. Son of 10 Sovereigns, who used to be a real top-class horse across in the UK and Ireland. Was trained in Ireland. But Namos, stall 16 for him to contend with today. A few of these are racing from out of the handicap. Every horse from number 10 down are, strictly speaking, on paper, with quite a bit to find here. So even though we have a whopping great big field, it looks competitive enough. We probably could whittle it down to half a dozen or so. There's the 12 horse in shot. That's Loose Connection. Abdullah Al Humid taking off the 3 kilos, and Loose Connection, this one racing from £3 out of the handicap. Used to race across in the UK for trainer Michael Bell. Was purchased at the autumn sales. And it looks interesting here. Now running in the Prince Faisal colours, trained by Farhad Saad. And about to take up position in stall number 19. There in shot is number 6, Garb Al Rad. Camilo Ospina looking for a double on the card, and saw this horse win on debut, but hasn't been quite as good in 2 subsequent outings. But now pitched into handicaps and probably off a mark which looks fair enough, really. And I think Garb Al Rad could go quite well, and is a nice price on the international betting market as well at 12 to 1 as they continue to load. Riyadh Chrome about to head forward, along with the aforementioned Garb Al Rad. 19 is out of line as well, that's Kylan. Morjan about to head forward as well, and then we'll be down to the final 3 to load for this 0 to 80 handicap, the 8th race on the card. So best of luck here. 6:50 race here in Riyadh. And they are locked away and loaded. 20 of them. And off. Jumping away, and Alashkar got out quite well, right down the centre, yellow sleeves, red cap, with Alderea, another who's running handily in blue headgear, more towards the right-hand side. Spot the green cap of Garb Al Rad, who's one of the front runners, and right up against the rails is Al Nomas, and Q8 centre prominent as well, with not too far off the speed Morjan either, that one in the predominantly red silks, and working a little wider out is Nawi in green sleeves and cap, and then Al Muhib, who's up towards the very wide outside, and they're racing on in front of Kylan, and back with that one is Nadib Al Saad. Over towards the inside in black and orange colours, Real Man, and that one being chased a couple of lengths away by Rocket, who heads off the others. They're galloping back towards the entrance to the home straight. Q8 centre, pressed for the lead by Alderea, and up in between horses, Garb Al Rad coming there strongly. Back in fourth around the outside is Nawi, and they are now pulling away from the others as they're making the run back towards the entrance to the straight. Q8 centre, though, now dropping away, and it's Alderea going home strongly. Alderea then into the home straight, some 2.5 lengths ahead. Giving chase is Nawi in second position. Alderea from Nawi. Garb Al Rad is 1 pace back in third, and then Al Muhib, who's in fourth. Rocket staying on in behind those with Morjan, but into the closing stages, Nawi is inching a bit closer to Alderea. It's Alderea against the rails, getting a little bit tired, and Nawi's going to be a real thorn all the way to the line here. Nawi now just a neck, a head, a nose behind, takes over close to the finish. Nawi going on, a double on the card for Ricardo Souza Ferreira from Alderea in second, and they were followed home by Garb Al Rad and close for fourth. It's gone to Nawi there, getting up. Done well from stall 20. Wins, getting the better of Alderea, who put up a good fight, but has just got a little bit tired in the closing stages. Nawi clocking a time of 1 minute 42.47 seconds, and winning by a length and a quarter in the end. Maybe they were both getting a little bit tired because Garb Al Rad was closing in on them again back in third, a further 2.25 lengths back, and Rocket was best of the rest in fourth. A good finish, a double on the card for Ricardo Ferreira. This time it's Nawi who's done really well to win that from stall 20.
Thank you. Thank you.
Rising in grade a little bit this time. We have a 0 to 90 handicap due off at 7:20 local time. And a big field once again here, 20 of them in the absence of numbers 21 Alkimar, 22 Seven Drums, 23 Hamptuake and 24 Curlin's Jewel. They do not go. So, as I say, still leaves us with a big field, and in the international betting market, the favourite is Los Andes, who's in at 130, joint favourite with Ben Hamrash. So joint favourites here, numbers 2 and 8. There is Ben Hamrash in the pink coloured jacket, making his way on down to the start. Mobham at 7 to 2, Swift Victory at 9 to 2. It's then a jump, 14 to 1 at bar. That brings in Saudi Aromatic and Abu Zaid. Metallics at 16 to 1 with Jubail and Mr. Raj and Marbaba. And Kashan, 18 to 1 Hariella and Moadid, and Militaries 20 to 1 bar those, as the field make their way down to the start. And as we were saying, Los Andes with Adel Al-Faradi up towards the head of the market here. Horse number 2 has got stall 14 to contend with, but that said, earlier on we saw a horse win from stall 20, so it certainly can be done. And as they head on down, they're going down here to the 1600 metre start. There is the scene. And Los Andes, who did win a course and distance open race just under a year ago, and was 4th earlier on in the season over 2,000 metres in an open contest back in November. That was behind Wootton's Son, and if he's over that little break that he's had, if he's fit and ready to go, he should be running quite a big race here. 17 just going through shot, that's Militaries, the mount of Mohammed Al Yami, who takes a kilo off. He's won from 14 in his career so far, or she is, I should say, coming out of stall 17, but she's not been in the greatest of form, I think it's fair to say, of late. And there's the one-horse Swift Victory with the man in form, Ricardo Souza Ferreira. He's had a great season here in Riyadh, riding winners pretty much every week, and he's already had a double here today, so likely that he'll be hungry for more here on board at Swift Victory, who was pretty impressive when scoring over 2,000 metres here last month, but in 2 subsequent outings he clearly hasn't been in the same sort of form. And I think with Swift Victory it's very much a case of what sort of mood he's in. There's the 5 going through shot, Salute the Stars, Naif Al-Anazi taking the ride for trainer Bada Ghazwan, drawn in stall 4, but there aren't many other positives, given the recent form has been really uninspiring. And we're now less than 2 minutes from post time here for this 9th of 12 races. There's the Graham Michi, horse at number 6 with Abdullah Al-Humid taking the ride. 4 from 17 in his career so far, Amici, so hasn't done too badly. But even so, quite a big price here today at 22 to 1. All those 4 wins, by the way, have come over 400 metres less than today's trip. So it's very much a stamina query, I think, with this one. Here's Metallics in shot. Camillo Ospina among the winners here today, and has had 5 starts so far, placed in every one with the exception of last time out. So we'll just see whether or not he can bounce back to form. And here is Los Andes, looking a little bit warm down at the post. Calm, but warm. And he'll be looking to get back to winning ways. And as we were saying, has the assistance of Adel Al-Faradi in the saddle, which is certainly a good thing. At the post then here. And shortly they'll be going behind. 20 of them contesting this 0 to 90 handicap race, one of them just in the centre at the moment, being assisted without the rider on. Just getting back on board now. I think that's Kashan, number 18 on the card. Or was it Kashan? Might have been 19 actually. I think it was a Breakout Kale. It was a Breakout Kale, I beg your pardon. 1 from 13 in his career so far. So the riders up, and runners shortly will be taking up their starting positions here in the stalls for the 9th race on today's Riyadh card. Adoria of a Chill is still out of line. Mohammed Al Hubail out of line on this one. Also still to load is the 17 horse Militaries, one of the three fillies in the race. Standing nice and still, Marbaba. Khalid Al-Mamoni taking the ride on this grey, who will be coming out of stall number 13. A couple of the inside stalls still to fill. Stall 2 vacant. Amici to go into stall 7. Out of line as well, Saudi Aromatic, who's due to head into 3. Metallics into 2. The green cap. Los Andes heading into 14 as we speak. Moaded is out of line, and so too the top horse here, the highest rated in the field at Swift Victory, and a treble-seeking Ricardo Ferreira. So race 9 in Riyadh, last couple heading in, and we are just about ready to go. Set and off. Jumping away and a little bit slow in getting going was Amici, and even slower out right at the back early Kashan trails by a few lengths as they settle, and Military's another one who is well in arrears. But one of the first ones to show to advantage here will be Moaded in the blue-coloured jacket. A neck in front of Salute the Stars Racing in second, Marbaba back in third, and then follows Mr. Raj, who's up in between horses, with also fairly handy Metallics in a green cap, and Saudi Aromatic over to the inside. Working a little wider out on the track is Star Horse, who races at this point together with, as they leave the back straight behind them, Mr. Raj, and they're being followed a further 2 lengths away by Mobham as they're making the run left-handed back towards the straight. Ben Hamrash in a pale pink-coloured jacket on the outside trying to step forward in front of Swift Victory, but it is Moaded on the home turn by a length. To in second position, now up around the outside, Marbaba making a bid, and Marbaba strikes for home under Khalid Al-Mamoni. Marbaba goes on from Moadid, who has no response. Mr. Raj now off in pursuit, and Ben Hamrash down the outside and just getting a little squeezed out there when trying to make a run. Star Horse. Ben Hamrash in the pink colours now coming out after Marbaba with 200 metres to run. Marbaba in front. Ben Hamrash is a big danger, with Mr. Raj switching outside of them back in third, but with 3 lengths to find. Marbaba clinging on by the skin of his teeth. Ben Hamrash still a neck or so to find, and Marbaba's digging deep. Marbaba holding on, pulling away again close home to beat Ben Hamrash, Mr. Raj, and the unlucky and running Star Horse was back in fourth. Marbaba, game effort there under Khalid Al-Mamoni, looked a little vulnerable on the approach to the 200, but has turned Ben Hamrash away, denying jockey Ziad Al-Jabri of a double on today's card. Marbaba scores in a time of 1 minute 41.57 seconds and was coming away from Ben Hamrash again at the line. Wins by a length, Marbaba. Mr. Raj back in third, a further 4 lengths away, and Star Horse, who was a little bit unlucky in the run. Don't know how much closer he'd have finished in all truth, but could have done without being squeezed out about 2 furlongs from home. Ran fourth, and Swift Victory was back in fifth. But Marbaba, a gutsy winner of our 9th race.
سبحان الله كان بس ثاني لا تسحب خاف من الشوط خلاص
Runners heading on down for our feature race of the day. It's the 150,000 Saudi Riyals JCSA Cup. Terrific trophy it is as well. We've got 12 runners here, quite a few non-runners actually, all in the middle of the race card. Take out numbers 12 at Shanas, 13 at Teslam Yamin, 14 at Tufan Najid, 15 at Zwayhan, 16 Lel Sebka Alia, and 17 Umnati. They are all non-runners. So leaves us, as I say, with a field of 12, and they're gathered down at the post. And on the international betting market, Nasrak Allah for Camilo Ospina and Hesham Abdul Wahed is the 15-8 favourite, with Dawi Al Bark at 100-30, the same price as Garb. 9-1 Aldame, 10-1 Mashoon and Moa Wedham, and it is 14-1 and upwards the other rivals. So the runners are down at the start here. Nasrak Allah is the market leader and comes here with plenty to recommend him on here. Horse number 11, and on the figures rates the one to beat. Nasrak Allah coming out of stall 10. Camilo Ospina taking the ride, looking for a second career win at this individual, as they are down at the start. In opposition, Dawi Al Bark, who's just coming up into shot there. Grey Abdullah Alorfi taking the ride. Just 1 from 10 in his career so far, but he has shown a good level of form. And I think the interesting one could be Garb, who is partnered by Ricardo Souza Ferreira. And Garb won really, really easily on debut here. That was over 1,600 metres on debut. Back down in trip here today. That's not expected to pose any great problem. And he could just be interesting in his pursuit of a second career win from as many starts. He's nicely berthed here from stall number 2 as well, and I think could go quite close. Garb here, as the runners for today's feature are about to head behind the starting stalls. There's the 9 horse going through shot, Mashoon, Salman Al Rashid taking the ride. And they are standing nice and calmly is Ayaz Al Khatir, with Farhad Al Faradi taking the ride, 1 from 4 in his career so far. He's got a rating of 73. Nasrak Allah off at 75 here. As I say, Garb looks to be the one who could be anything, really. A very easy win on debut. There he is, just going through shot. A little bit on toes, you could argue, Garb, but likely more to come. And there is the 11, Nasrak Allah, Camilo Ospina, seeking his second winner on today's card. But it looks a good race, this, and they are very shortly going to be going behind. You can see they're on Garb, jockey Ricardo Souza Ferreira, just keeping his feet out of the irons, trying to keep the horse as calm as possible. When he did win here, it was over 1,600 metres, but back down in trip here today. Not expected to pose any great issues. They're loading up. Cavallou heading in under Alexis Marino. And they are now beginning to load the stalls for today's feature race, this JCSA Cup. Here in shot is Ayaz Al Khatir, horse number 1. And there's the 2, Al Dame, with Nawaf Al Mudiani heading into the stall. Stall 11 for Al Dame. So the start to the race, midway down the back, the 5 going in, Dawi Al Bark. Big player here, Abdullah Alorfi taking the ride. Off the mark last time out, this Dawi Al Bark. Won that convincingly as well last week by 4 3/4 lengths. But how deep that race was, probably not quite as strong as this one. Final couple heading in then for the JCSA Cup, today's feature race in Riyadh. Best of luck. And they're off, jumping away, and Tarteb was rather slow in getting going. One of the first to move on is Moa Wedholm in the early parts. From Alfrindad, who races in second place, it looks a pretty strong gallop. Back in third is Aze Al Katir, who's over along the inside of Cavalloo. And they're being followed out wider by Nasrak Allah in the green cap, Garb in red, and white is following those. And then over to the inside is Ashal Al Keel as they prepare to turn left-handed out of the back straight. Globally is working wider out on the course and is just in front of Mashoon, and a little break to the others. And they've gone a good lick throughout here as they're on the home turn. And it is Moa Wedholm who shows out in front by half a length over Alfrindad in the centre, and moving up with purpose Cavalloo in the light blue jacket around the outside. They're a couple of lengths in front of Ashal Al Keel, who's over towards the inside of Aze Al Katir, who's now staying on. And they're into the home straight, and with 400 to run, just less than that now, Cavalloo takes it up from Alfrindad. But here down the outside, Aze Al Katir under Farhad Al Faradi sweeping through to take over. And with less than 200 to run, it is Aze Al Katir going home really powerfully here and opening up by 3 to 4 lengths. From in second position, Cavalloo, whose running is done. Garb is staying on. And down the outside, Darwi Al Bark also picking up late. But it's all too late. Aze Al Katir streets them in the JCSA Cup and wins well from Cavalloo in second. Garb was through for third, and a little break to the fourth. Aze Al Katir then under Farhad Al Faradi has won that really well, and for the Kemat Twaik stable has won in a time of 1 minute 29.49 seconds. Has done it very easily and clearly. From in second position, Cavalloo, who gave it a good go but was beaten some 5 1/4 lengths in the end, and Garb, who probably just found this trip a little sharp today, back in third, a further half length away, and Ashal Al Keel was best of the remainder in fourth. I suppose the disappointment of the race was Nasrak Allah, who never really landed a blow. But Aze Al Katir, no one a match for him tonight, has bolted up in the feature. Runners now making their way down to post for race 11 on today's card. Now we're due off at 6:10 local time, but I think we're going to be a little bit behind the clock as they are just leaving the paddock and making their way down to the 1600-metre start. And the non-runners at this time read as follows: numbers 15 Ayart, 22 Maiden, 23 Changan and 24 Wizare. They are all out. And that leaves us, as I say, with a field of 20. And we can take a check on the international betting market with OU Note, the favourite, and is in at 9-4 with Frost and Freeze at 11-4, Bain at 7-2 with Mutai. Shikat Al Shikat is in at 11-1, Guanin at 16-1 with Nazmat El Wadi, Hasnan at 18-1 with Saj, and 20-1 at Barthos. So they're making their way down to the start. There's a close-up on Al Qaid, who is the two-horse here. Camilio Ospina taking the ride, and they're going to post is number 4 Bin Ferran, who was followed on down by number 5 Frost and Freeze, who really caught the eye in the paddock beforehand, looking well. Where's the hood? Azil Al Sahani taking the ride on that one. There he is, Frost and Freeze. Stall 14 for him to contend with as they are making their way down to the start. There is Kareem USA and number 8 Major Wabble. Alexis Marino taking the ride on that one. And there goes the 10 Mutai and Adel Al-Faradi. He's had a fairly quiet day by his standards. There's the 11 Riyadh heading on down. Will Riyadh be a winner in Riyadh? Muaf Al-Rakay taking the ride, taking off the 3 kilos. There's La Oya Note, favourite here. And that one followed on down by Al Jazzy. Tariq Al Mansour on the winners list here today. And drifting under Abdullah Al Credis, same comments applying to him. There's Guanin in shot with Abdulaziz Al Faradi on board. So a big field. And La Oya Note, market leader here then on the international betting, and made a promising debut when chasing home Shahafi, who's quite a useful individual. 85 that horse is rated. That was over 1800 metres. But dropping in class today, dropping in trip as well. And might just take a little bit of stopping here for the Red Stable. Already among the winners today. Naif Al-Anazi taking the ride this time in Prince Faisal's famous red and white silks. There's Al Jazzy just going through shot, the 14 with Tariq Al Mansour on board. 5th in the Taif Cup back in September. But he hasn't really been doing much to add to that good run of late, and overall doesn't have the most appealing of profiles now. There's Mutai, stall 20 for this one to overcome. Adel Al-Faradi in the saddle. We are at post time here, but clearly running a bit late in Riyadh for this penultimate race on the card. There's the 12 horse, that is the well-supported and well-fancied La Oya Note under Naif Al-Anazi. And they are gathering down at the start for this 11th race. 1600 metres once again is the journey in front of them. So the runners at the start here. And circling, one of them just dismounted in the centre of that circle. I think that's Guanin, Abdulaziz Al Faradi. This one due to come out of stall 11, number 17 on the card, 0 from 8 in her career so far, but there's still time. She has shown a little bit of promise, and probably ran her best race, in all truth, last time out when running 3rd behind Artajil in a 400-metre maiden contest. This a maiden over the 1600-metre trip. And as I say, we're just a little bit behind time. There is Al Qaid, and they're in the green and yellow jacket drifting, with Abdullah Al Credis taking the ride. And there is La Oya Note, who looks to hold pretty compelling claims here on all known form. 5-2 the price. We'll quickly touch on Frost and Freeze as well. As I say, caught the eye a bit in the paddock beforehand. Has been known to finish off a little tamely in his races, though, Frost and Freeze, and stall 14 to contend with. But he does hold one or two of these on previous encounters. And we'll see how they get on. There in shot is Nazmat El Wadi, Abdullah Al Rashid. He's been in the weighing room, I presume, since the second race. He won the second race. He hasn't had a ride since then, as Abdullah Al Rashid. So a long old day. Hopefully Nazmat Al Wadi will be worth the wait, as we're down to the final 2 or 3 to load up. And they include Major Wobble, and also out of line is Al Qaid. And then we'll be ready to go for this maiden contest over the 1600-metre trip. Best of luck. Last one in. We're ready. 20 runners. And they're off, jumping away. Good start from La Oya Note, and the international race favourite straight into the lead in that red-coloured jacket. Closely pursued by Major Wobble over to the inside, and out a bit wider. Crossing over is Mutai, and they're being followed in these early stages by, in the blue and grey colours, Rosario Central, who's not too far off the speed. In the yellow jacket is Kareem USA, who's down along the inside. Frost and Freeze, the grey, now just racing on in front of those. Riyadh is up around the outer. They're chased a couple of lengths back by Bain. And then up towards the outside is Shikat Al Shikat, as they're now about to race to the left-handed turn, which will bring them out of the back straight. And well down the field is Saj, and also, as they make this left-handed turn, Bin Ferran, with plenty more ahead than behind. In front is Major Wobble, going great guns here at the moment. 2 lengths in front of Mutai in second. Settling down in behind them, La Oya Note, but poised up against the rails. And then Frost and Freeze in fourth. Riyadh is in fifth, and Al Qaid heads off the others as they're galloping back towards home. Major Wobble and Alexis Marino leading by 3 parts of a length, but the lead being reduced by Frost and Freeze, who's attacking down the outside. Frost and Freeze, the grey, serving it up to Major Wobble. La Oya Note is held. Riyadh now runs through into third place, and they're into the closing stages. Rosario Central back in fourth. Frost and Freeze going home strongly tonight. Frost and Freeze under Azil Al-Zahani opens up by 5 or 6 lengths and quickly puts anything beyond doubt here. It's Frost and Freeze who goes on to win in great style. Al Qaid staying on strongly down along the inside. Is in a photograph a second with Rosario Central, it looked like, down the outer. And they moved on from Major Wobble, who weakened tamely throughout the final 200 metres. Frost and Freeze and Azil Al-Zahani win well. And this horse, who in the past has finished off his races a little weakly, no evidence of that tonight, has absolutely bolted up and wins by a clear margin. Tight for second. That's over to the judge at the moment, but it's gone to Frost and Freeze. As we said beforehand, he caught the eye in the paddock beforehand, but he's a flashy grey. He probably would, wouldn't he? There he is again with his tongue hanging out. 1:42.9 seconds he's won. Kaidu's through for second, beaten some 6 1/4 lengths, and Rosario Central was ahead back in third. And they came away from Major Wobble, who got very tired in the closing stages. A little bit disappointing, La Oya Note, but I'm sure connections of Frost and Freeze will be over the moon with that effort.
الله يبارك فيك.
We have a 0 to 65 handicap to finish with tonight. Race 12 on the card here in Riyadh, and we've got a full field of 15 gathering down at the 1600 metre starting point. And Mutakila Bala is the 130 favourite on the international betting market, with Shabar Al-Sham at 7 to 2, Zinat Al-Rafar at 9 to 2, Basmat Al-Walid at 11 to 2, with Tawakal Bala at 6 to 1, 13 to 2 Marfad Al-Bane at 15 to 2, 14 to 1 Alf Boob, and it is 25 to 1 bar those as they are gathered down at the start. There's the 13 Camera Al Maiden, who is one of the bigger priced runners in the lineup here, a 33 to 1 chance. But let's focus on one or two of the principles on paper, and there's no doubting that Mutakila Bala, horse number 3, has shown plenty of promise so far, and ran nicely when finishing second to Maha Allah in a course and distance winners of 1 last time out. And today gets the assistance of Camillo Ospina in the saddle, and now stepping into a handicap off this mark of 60. Looks to have been potentially let in lightly. Looks really well, and it should be going quite close here, one would imagine, as the field are at the start. And shortly we'll be going behind. Albane there in shot, horse number 4, Khalid Al-Mamoni, looking for a double, and is riding a last time out winner here, Albane. This one scored in a winners of 1 last time out, and very often runs his race and is likely to do so again here today. There's the 14 going through shot. That is Madarik. Ahmed Alofi taking the ride, taking off the 3 kilos, but that's probably going to be needed given this horse's form so far. It hasn't been overly inspiring. And Samdan is another who has got 3 duck eggs next to his name down at the bottom of the race card here. What about Shabar Al-Sham, horse at number 5, in shot there, the grey, just going round, and the horse partnered by Abdullah Al-Fayraz. Not a great draw though, stall 14, but it was a definite step forward when finishing 3rd last time out, and that was when finishing some 2.5 lengths behind Mutakila Bala. So those two renewing rivalry. The better drawn of the pair here is Mutakila Bala, so we'll see whether Mutakila Bala can maintain superiority over that old rival. The 15 horse there, Samdan, just being assessed in the middle of the circle. A few last minute adjustments being made. Son of a desert party, but as I say, one who hasn't really been pulling up any trees in what's been shown so far. They're in the blue and orange colours. That's Madarik. Madarik with Ahmed Alofi taking the ride. Well drawn in stall 3, but that's probably where the positives finish, really. There is Shabar Al-Sham behind the stalls. And well done to all concerned here in Riyadh, because they've managed to catch up the time. They lost a little bit of time going into that penultimate race, but provided the horses play ball here, this final race should be going bang to time. Locally bred horses, handicap, 0 to 65 rated. Not the strongest of closing races, particularly for what you'd expect on a Saturday, but competitive all the same. And on the international betting market, we have joint favourites now, these 2 old rivals. Mutakila Bala and Shaba Al-Sham are both in at 7 to 2, with Zinat Al-Rafar at 5 to 1, Basmat Al-Walid at 6s, Tawakal Bala at 13 to 2, 7 to 1 Marfad, 8 to 1 Albane, and it is 14 to 1 bar those. Zinat Al-Rafar, horse number 8, was 4th behind Makasib in a course and distance open last time out, and the form is working out all right as well, so another who can be considered here as they are loading the stalls. Basmat Al-Walid about to take up position. Still a few out of line. Marfad and Mutakila Bala are to go forward, so too Samdan. Another out of line is Audrey, with Abdullah Alofi in the blue and white colours, and Albane as well. Really consistent horse, Albane, and I think at an each-way price he potentially could be interesting, and will be one of the final small handful of runners to go forward for this 12th and final event of the day here in Riyadh. As we hit post time, looks like Mutakila Bala will be the last one to head in, slotting forward into stall number 7. 15 runners then for this closing event, and they're lined up and they're off. Jumping away and swerving to the right, Marfad from stall 15 as the gates crash back. And one of the first to show to advantage as they settle themselves down is Saif Alkamar in the red and grey jacket, with over towards the inside in the grey Princess Latifa. They are handy, with also racing up with the pace as they settle themselves down, Zinat Al Rafah, and out a bit wider on the course, and stepping forward Camera Al Maiden as they run towards the end of the back straight. Mutakila Bala, a green cap, keeps company with old rival Shaba Al Sham, who's in the yellow, and then Tawakal Bala, who's over towards the inside as they begin the turn left-handed out of the back straight, with up around the very wide outside Marfad. A few lengths is developed back to the others, headed off by Basmat Al Walid, and Madarik trying hard to stay on a bit with Audrey as well, but they've all plenty to do in behind. Al Boob, another one well down. They make the journey on towards home, and it is Saif Al-Kamar with a narrow call, but Zinat Al Rafah looks a danger in the centre, and around the outside Camera Al Maidan is digging in. They are a length or so in front of Mutakila Bala, who's now peeled out for a challenge as they head down towards the final furlong. Albane is down the very wide outside, the yellow saddlecloth coming home quite well. Inside the final 200 metres they go. Zinat Al Rafah now tackled for the lead by Mutakila Bala, who's putting in some good late work. Albane down the centre of the track. Mutakila Bala and Camilio Ospina just getting to the front in the final 50 metres, and going up towards the line, Mutakila Bala with battling back along the inside Zinat Al Rafah, who was very game and has forced a photo. It's tight between them in the last, and a little break to the third and fourth. It's gone to the judge. Mutakila Bala down the outside came through with a strong looking challenge, but Zinat Al Rafah has battled on all the way over towards the inside, and they were chased in by Tawakal Bala, who has stayed on, and Albane down the outside involved for the places. Tight call that, maybe near side. I thought near side Mutakila Bala initially. I thought was going to win by a bit further than that. Has got home in front in a time of 1 minute 45.52 seconds. Double on the card then for Camilio Ospina. But it was hard work. Mutakila Bala it is who goes on to make a successful start in handicaps and wins it by a head over Zinat Al Rafah in second, Tawakal Bala back in third, and Albane in fourth. For Mutakila Bala landing the final race in a time of 1 minute 45.52 seconds.
الحمد لله.